Hello and welcome. I'm Maria Ressa. Welcome to Rappler HQ. We're getting ready to hear the second COMELEC debate being brought to you by TV5 and the Philippine Star. Here, we will show you exactly what journalists are seeing, in fact, making a judgment call on it. We'll also look at the debate through the eyes of seasoned debate adjudicators, but beyond that, they're the best debaters our country has pulled out in recent years. And the last part is, it is also through your lenses. We're going to have many different ways that your mood, your ideas, your feelings are going to be captured on Twitter, on Facebook, on the online poll. So we'll have journalism, debate adjudicators, and the crowd. Stay with us today as we take you through the Rappler's debate coverage, the second COMELEC debate. We're going to first go to Professor Clarissa David at the University of the Philippines. She is in communications, but even more important, she's actually looking at framing of narratives at how politics and society are impacted by the news media. Let me ask her how she sees the campaigns going. Hello, welcome to Rappler, Clarissa.
Hello, thank you very much.
I'll give this to you.
Pleasure to be here.
It's good to have you here, and I was saying, just based on your resume, I thought you were much, much older, so I'm really glad to see.
Thank you. I'm not sure. That's a compliment. No. Maybe that's one.
Well, so tell me, how would you say this campaign is going so far?
I think nobody thought it would be this unpredictable. It's very unpredictable. There's so many things happening that affect how people will vote. The Supreme Court decision, all the suspense, all of the events that have been happening, whether or not candidates were going to run. And I think one of the things that makes this particularly exciting as a campaign season is because it's so close. People in the polls are saying they're going to be voting for this candidate or that candidate. But the figures change so quickly, right? We are very close to election day. This time, last election, people more or less knew who they're going to vote for as president. You don't expect those votes to be so changeable.
Right.
But you get a sense now that even this late, you can still change people's minds because they had just decided. And you still have people who are just slightly decided, and you can still switch them. And that's what's going to make it exciting because it's still so close.
And how are people trying to change people's minds?
There's a lot of sorties going on. The sorties are going to be important because Filipino voters really value physically seeing the candidates. It is very difficult to change someone's mind about whether they're going to vote for a candidate once they see them in person. Especially in the rural areas, especially in the provinces that are very far from Manila, because there's a sense that it shows that these national level politicians are paying attention to their issues because they feel neglected. So it's important that that one of the big ways that they're trying to address this is to go out on sorties, and that's important.
You're also doing a study, you're in the middle of a study right now on the impact of social media. I mean, what are you seeing so far on social media?
Social media is interesting in the Philippines because it's with a growing set of the population. It's very young. They have a very different type of exposure to news. It's siloed in a sense that because they rely on social media so much without reading the physical newspapers.
Exactly.
When you read a physical newspaper, even if you're not interested in an issue,
you're forced to see
it because you're reading it. Yeah. Or even if you don't read the whole article, you're at least seeing the title. So you know what issues are out there. But in social media, because everything goes through Facebook now, most of people get their news from Facebook if they're young. If their friends are not interested in a particular issue or a particular candidate, it is possible they're just not going to get that exposure to stories that are related to things that their friends don't necessarily find interesting. So they end up in these issue silos and they end up in these candidate silos.
Yes.
Right? Because human beings always gravitate. Your friends are very much like you. Everybody's friends are very much like
chamber.
them. It's an echo chamber. So everybody's in their own little echo chamber.
So far, do you see it as a positive or negative effect?
So far, I think it's a negative effect. I wouldn't say it definitively. The positive thing is there are many people who otherwise would not have any exposure to news, but have incidental exposure because it's on their feed, right? They wouldn't go out there and actually read a website. But if it's on their feed, they'll see it. The question now is, what is the nature of the information that gets on their feed?
You focus on narratives that are created that ripple through society, right?
Yes.
I mean, how would you define the narratives in these elections?
In these elections, the interesting thing is there's so many discussions about the history of people.
Ah, fascinating.
You know, it all goes to the Poe narrative is very dramatic. There's
Right.
a lot of it inspired a lot of debate about how we define having a state. How do we define foundlings? What are their rights, etc. And then Marcos, of course, has his own historical narrative. So this is not something that we've seen before, and it is very polarized. There are very rabid supporters of all of them. They have very rabid base voters, but there's a larger portion of the public, I think, that is really just trying to study the issues and make decisions based on what they think will be good for their own area.
Fantastic. We're going to come back to you, Clarissa, in a little bit. Come with me now and let's talk to two people who've actually also focused on narratives. If you look on Rappler, you can see a series called The Imagined President, and I want to bring you two friends and two crazy people, two very smart people.
We don't mind crazy, we get that a lot.
Crazy is perfectly fine.
You know Patricia Evangelista, who's a Rappler reporter, troublemaker we like to call her, but Nicole Curato is the former captain of the UP Diliman Debate Society, now a research fellow at the Center for Deliberative Democracy in Canberra. The two of you guys are working on the narratives of the candidates, and positive and negative, and its impact on society.
Yes.
So tell us. Let's start with Patricia, the Rappler voice. I mean, what have
I'm
you
the
found?
Rappler voice?
What have you found so far? I mean, how are these narratives different? Do you agree with Clarissa?
They're all very interesting, but what's important about them is not so much whether they're true or not at the moment. It's that they resonate with the people. Every election is a battle for narrative. Who's the hero? Who's the villain? Who are the people willing to believe? And in this particular case, particularly in the Philippines, stories can elect presidents. Have elected presidents may continue to elect presidents with this new election. So what Nicole and I are doing is we're looking at the best imagined president for the people who support them, the most demonized version of the candidate for the people who criticize them. And in the end, we hope to be able to look at it critically as both sociologists and journalists.
And Nicole, I forgot to mention that you are a sociologist by training. So what is this showing about our society so far?
Well, the aim of the Imagined President series is to encourage what we call slow opinion making. If you read the narratives, they're not short. They're not 140 characters. They're almost 2,000 words each. And the idea here is for people to take a step back and try to reflect on the positive and the negative portrayals of these candidates. We always say that the elections, even though we talk about the portraits of these candidates themselves, is also a reflection of what we as a people like. So for example, there's this particular candidate that we like. Then we have to reflect on what characteristics that these candidates appeal to us,
Yep.
or what negative characteristics this candidate has that kind of upsets us, that makes us not want to vote for them. So in a way, even if we're doing portraits of candidates, we are creating a space for people to actually start reflecting on what their preferred candidates say about themselves as well.
About the people, and this is
Precisely.
not
I
a
think-
self-reflective society.
I think what we're doing is a portrait of the people. The stories we tell are a reflection of who we are.
Excellent.
If we celebrate, for example, the return of the king, perhaps the other side will look at the drama queen. So it's really, we're looking at, or we respect how people view the world through stories. And if these are stories that's going to decide who my next president is going to be, then I'm going to be very interested in what it says about me.
The way the campaigns are running so far, what do they show about Filipinos?
Well, there's a lot to say here, but I think since we're talking about the context of social media, especially where we published our piece, and Rappler is very active in social media.
Oh, yes.
I guess what we observed here is, for one thing, we're happy that the people actually got it, that we're trying to talk about the imagined candidate in terms of the perfect candidate. We're also talking about, in the next installment, the demonized candidates. We're quite happy that people actually got it.
Or I think Nicole might possibly be a little too idealistic. We don't know if we're preaching to the converted. Maybe
Right,
the people
maybe.
who are sharing the positive stories about their particular candidates don't care
Yes.
about the other candidates. But once we go
Right, to the
hard
demonized.
to the demonized version of the candidates, once we attack, very possibly it will get the same response as other stories in Rappler that were attacked badly.
But let me ask you again, what do the narratives that keep coming up, what do they show in a broad brushstroke? What do they show about Filipinos? What do we want from our leader?
I think clarity and authenticity. A lot of the candidates who have been known to be front runners in the elections, we recognize are candidates with a very clear narrative
Yes.
that communicate to particular publics, not to everyone, but to particular publics. And when we imagine the demonized candidate, probably the demonized candidate also appeals to particular publics. I think just banking on what Claire said, it's a very fragmented electorate at the moment. That's
Yes.
why it's still anybody's ball game, and that's why the narrative matters now more than ever. What is it about this candidate that they want to communicate to us? But more importantly, how the public also takes part in creating that narrative.
Yes.
When we evaluate the data, we're not just looking at the websites of these candidates, their interviews and their debate performance. We're looking at things that happen on Twitter or things that happen on Facebook, and how people themselves contribute to creating these narratives, whether it is the idealized version or the demonized version.
We're also seeing a lot of anger.
Anger, thank
Anger
you for,
is-
yeah.
I don't know how else to phrase it.
Yeah.
Maybe a mean-spirited anger. Sometimes it's a righteous indignation, and all of them are legitimate in a democratic society. I think, though, what's more interesting is that for those who defend that legitimacy, they don't respect that legitimacy in other people. I
Yes.
think that's what we're trying to work on, that discourse is equal to all. We all can attack, we all can defend, but it seems like with this particular election and with particular candidates, there seems to be a violence in the discourse.
I had a conversation with Al Gore about that, where we were looking at the anger in the United States, which it seems mirrored here in
Yes.
the Philippines. And where do you put that? What is behind that, do you think?
There are candidates who can plumb the fear and the desperation. And for some, they're very tired. They have legitimate reasons to be angry. And if a candidate says, today, it will be over. In 3 to 6 months, it will be over. In whatever case, there's hope there. Even in the violence, there's hope. And I guess this is legitimate as well.
Nicole, any thoughts on that?
I just think also that since everyone can now have access to social media or just have their voice out there, there's a tendency for some people to just keep on going to the extremes. Because one thing has been said already, how do you top that? So
Right.
it feels like it's a slippery slope on how nasty can people get, because the last nasty post was not nasty enough. Someone can easily top that.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that that stops. We are hoping that by promoting such debates, for example, what's going to happen this afternoon, it's this particular genre of engaging based on reasons, taking a step back and reflecting on candidates' positions. We hope that this somehow, or maybe I'm just being naive about it, but we hope that somehow it sets the tone on how the political conversation should happen.
I think idealistic. The November 2013 Gallup poll said the Philippines was the most emotional
Emotional
country in the
country,
world,
yes.
right?
That says
the
a lot.
Assault on Reason, again, a book by Al Gore. I hope I share your idealism. In addition to what we're actually, to what they've done as journalists and as a sociologist, you have 3 people who are probably probably the country's best debaters. They certainly know how to judge debates, and they're here. Nicole will be joining that panel. In addition to that, we've got Joan de Venecia. She's the world's finals adjudicator, a bar top-notcher, and now a professor at the University of the Philippines. The sole gentleman, dapper in his suit, he says, and is Glenn Toison. He's a 2-time Asian Best Speaker, Asian Debate Grand Champion, meaning he's the best. Now an associate, he's also a lawyer now, right? So let me ask you, how are you going to judge this debate?
Okay. I'll start. First thing I'm looking for is responsiveness. I think that's something that people were really looking for in the candidates. We got that. We didn't get that from the others. If what we want is clarity of platform, meaning it's not just what you're prepared to speak. It's not all sound bites. It's not all something that you've pre-prepared. But if you get a question, if you get asked a question, you need to be able to hit it on point. We're not working with 10 minutes an hour here. We're working with 1 minute,
Correct.
or 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and that's the skill that's involved there. You have to distill your thoughts, make it as clear as possible, and make it as understandable to a wide spectrum of audience in that short period of time. So that's what I'm looking for.
Excellent. Joan?
Well, I'm looking for a
I
candidate.
have a mic.
Oh,
so
yeah.
let me take
awesome.
that. So you're
All
not
right.
double
I'm gonna
mic.
keep
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm looking for a candidate that can clearly articulate their position on various matters. We saw them try to do that in the first debate, but there was maybe a lack of time or maybe the format didn't allow for that. But I want a more developed articulation of their philosophy and ethos and what drives them. I think what we want to see is a glimpse as to what motivates these candidates, what makes them tick, why they want to run. Because at the heart of all this is we want to look at how authentic these candidates are and who is their constituency.
Right.
So there are a lot of publics involved here, as what Nicole said. But what we want is to identify which Filipino they're fighting for, or are they fighting for everyone, a certain segment, which one?
Excellent. I also was pointing out when I first saw them, the best part about this panel is they are in that 50 percentile of the registered voters. 49% of the registered voters for 2016 are between the ages of 18 and 34. You're just on the cusp. No, sorry.
You just revealed her age.
I know, but
I'm
this
still- I'm hanging on.
this is a perspective I'm really looking forward to hearing from, because that's more than enough to elect a president. Let's talk about how debate adjudicators judge. What are the traits? And you mentioned three. Who wants to tell us what the three? What are the traits that you're going to be looking at now?
Okay, simply put, Maria, matter, and method. Matter, matter, method. The
What
three
are they?
M's. Matter is how you say things, how you package things, how you present it to the public, how you say things, how sincere you come across. Matter is what you say. Are you backing it up with statistics, with examples? Are you saying things concretely, or are you just pulling things out of thin air? So that's part of the fact checking that I think we're going to do as well. And then method, how you present your ideas. Are you clear? Are you responding to the question? Can you clearly articulate your thoughts in a short span of time? A candidate that can hit all three M's, I think, based on an adjudicator's perspective, will win the debate today.
Interesting. Any additional thoughts? You've judged a lot of debates and
Of course.
apparently have taught Patricia. She's got,
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm old. I'm old.
Hey, Coach. But I think even if we don't look at the three M's, what we're really looking at is we're looking at it from the standard of reasonableness. Every candidate has to come across as reasonable and authentic. And if they hit the three M's, I think they're going to come across as reasonable. And that's what the public will look for. That's what we're looking for. I know that we've done this professionally.
Yes.
We've adjudicated professionally. And so maybe they think that the standards will be different. But I think ultimately it will be the same.
Okay.
Whether I'm looking at it from a layman's perspective or whether I'm looking at it from a lawyer's
Professional,
perspective
right,
or
right.
a professional's perspective, I think it's going to be the same standard of the reasonable thinking Filipino.
So I'm giving you some reactions on social media right
Right.
now. One of them is actually saying, I should disclose that Nicole Curato is the wife of the new PPP Center head, Raj Palacios. Yes, she is. Yeah, does that change the way you will look at this debate?
No, if we can only live stream domestic debates 2016.
Okay, and then also earlier there was a question about your relationship to Binay. Can
Right.
you please, Joan,
I
address
was
that?
a career official at Pag-ibig Fund, and I stress that because I was hired based on merit.
Right.
So Pag-ibig Fund is a GOCC, and Vice President Binay chaired that GOCC, but he resigned already, and I have resigned as well. I'm back in the private sector.
Fantastic. And I think let me just tweak the perspective that just because somebody is doing something that's connected to someone else doesn't mean that they necessarily take a position,
correct.
right? I think those are some of, I mean, if you look at it again, where you sit and stand in the room, doesn't matter as long as you disclose where that is.
I
Go
think
ahead, Patricia.
we should also ask them what they thought about the last debate.
That's exactly where we're headed.
Glenn,
Excellent.
for example, did his own adjudication while the debate was happening because he possibly couldn't control himself and then
Fantastic.
posted
Go.
it online.
Glenn, what did you think?
That was part of my natural instinct. I was just watching it on TV, and then after a few minutes, I brought out a piece of paper like this.
It's a condition.
It's a condition. Yeah. I started jotting down my notes, and then I decided to share it on Facebook, and I guess some people decided to share my notes. So I had a summary of the first debate. What did I think of the first debate? I found it a bit wanting in terms of clearly spelling out where candidates stood, especially as regards clashes on policy. You had a lot of people agreeing with each other, except that you're going to one-up by saying, I plan to do the same thing as the other candidate wants to do, but I'll do it a bit better. But actually, what I also thought in the first debate is we had a clear strategic gap, meaning we had two candidates, Grace Poe and Mar Rojas, who were speaking about policies and concrete plans and statistics. That was the strategy. I'm going to tell you about what we've researched on, what we plan to do, and this is how we plan to address problems. The other three also had a valid strategy. You had them talking about from the perspective of an executive official, meaning it doesn't matter what the plans are, but this is how we plan to implement it. And that's the focus of their strategy in the debate. So you had Duterte saying something like, it doesn't matter if you have a lot of plans, but if you are beladen with corruption, then you need someone with a strong will to do things and to get things done in 3 to 6 months. You had Miriam Santiago questioning the budget. She was saying it doesn't matter if you have plans, but where are you going to get the money?
Yep.
And then you have Binay, who kept on repeating that he's a decisive leader.
Yes.
You need someone who can take quick steps, take quick actions. So you see that there are different strategies in the first debate. Some were a bit more effective personally for
Yes.
me than the others, but I want to see those distinct strategies more emphasized in this debate, coupled with the distinctions in the platforms and their senses.
Who won the debate for you?
I think Grace Poe took it by a hair.
By a hair.
Yeah.
Who was your second?
Possibly Mar Rojas, I think.
Interesting. Okay. You know, Rappler did rounds 2 and 3 for Grace and round 1 for Mar. Joan, your thoughts on the last debate?
Well, for me, I thought I agree with Glenn, there was a difference in strategy. There were certain candidates who opted to be more detailed and maybe used more of the statistics and facts and figures. And I detected a bit of memorization. While some stuck to surface motherhood statements, safe answers, sound bites. Interesting. And I thought they were sometimes more effective to do the sound bites vis-a-vis the details. And then maybe sometimes the details were more impressive because they came across as more prepared. It depends on what you were looking for from the candidates at that time. And so now what I want is really a more in-depth analysis per candidate, per issue. Because, you know, they just glossed over that a bit in the first debate. And so what I want is a clear policy direction from each candidate. And I hope that they'll be able to do that. I hope that they're more prepared and that, you know, we're going to get the meat from everything that we're going to say later.
Nicole.
I'm just going to shift gears a bit because a big part of the debate is not only the debaters, but the hosts themselves, the moderators. And I have high expectations for this debate precisely because some of the moderators are well-respected journalists, well-respected news anchors. I expect them to frame the questions in such a way that it brings out the policy differences of candidates. The last debate asked very important questions. A lot of these questions are gut-level issues like hunger, for example, or what to do with agriculture.
Right.
But these are just very broad questions drawn from a fishbowl. Now I'd like to see precisely what sets Grace Poe, Mar Rojas, Duterte, and Jejomar Binay apart in terms of policy on agriculture or climate change. And you can't bring that out if you just ask very generic and broad questions. If it's a well-researched question, it's a question that's pointed. It's a question that directs the candidates to spell out what sets them apart from each other. So the expectation, I guess, is not just from the candidates, but the moderators themselves. The best part of a debate is the motion, right? How you frame the question. And a motion that sucks will ensure that the debate will suck. But if the motion is framed properly, we can have a very, very interesting debate.
So looking at it from the perspective of a candidate, though, if I'm going to fulfill your expectations, you would represent, let's say, A, B, C1, C2, which would be 14% of our population. C, D, E, the majority of the voters, have different expectations. How can a candidate deal with that? How do you talk to all of these communities simultaneously?
Right. I think one interesting strategy was what Grace Poe did in the last debate. She was spewing out lots of statistics, and then on the one hand, and on the other hand, she talks about Glock 9. So she has that really interesting mix of appealing to people who care about statistics and data, and appealing to other people who care about more artistic references. Maro has tried to do it with a metaphor, but I think the metaphor didn't quite work when he talked about
being the driver.
Yes,
driver
picking
of
the
a school bus.
chauffeur of your kids to school. So maybe his metaphors can be tweaked a bit so it can appeal to a broader section of the population. I was expecting more from Vice President Binay in last debate because when we were doing the Imagined President, he had a very clear narrative. His narrative is, I was born poor, I know how it is to live in poverty, I can solve poverty, look at Makati. That was a very clear narrative. I think his opening statement was very, very clear. But it wasn't, there was no follow-through throughout the
No,
debate.
I think
So I had-
actually what he did was he kept trying to go back to that narrative.
Yeah.
But he couldn't tie it back to actually what the debate question was.
Precisely.
But I'd like to follow up because across the standards for adjudication and the expectations you guys had, it was that you want delineations
Yeah.
in policy and principle and
Yes.
ideology. What if there aren't? They all believe in saving the world, helping the poor, giving irrigation, feeding the hungry, all of that. What if those policy delineations actually don't exist beyond all those promises?
But I would like to think that there are different ways at getting there. And so maybe they can concretize, like for instance, how to feed the poor, conditional cash transfer. How do you get there? How do
Or what
get
can
from
you do
point
in
A to-
3 to 6 months?
That's right.
Yes,
What
yes.
if all of them did say they're for CCT? So they all agree that this is a good policy and principle. Nobody would disagree with it. So how do you create ideological delineations in a personality-driven
When there are
election?
Right.
Yeah.
Then ask something else. I mean, I think a lot of media outfits have done a fantastic job outlining where candidates stand on issues. If everyone's for CCT, then let's not talk about CCT.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Let's talk about Mar Rojas' proposal of bottom-up budgeting or the Karapatan Fund. That's novel. That's exciting for me.
Right.
What do they think about that?
Good.
So I think a lot of this has to do with the way the questions are framed as well.
correct.
Interesting, interesting. Anything else, Glenn, before I...
No,
Any last?
I think that's it.
Let me borrow the mic. This time around, we're going to take you to the editors. Actually, before we do that, here's what's happening on social media, right? Right now, overnight, at 12 a.m. and at 4:20 p.m., we have Jejomar Binay at 61% on Twitter share of voice. He's number one. Rudy Duterte is at number 2 with 24%. Mar Rojas at 9%, Miriam Santiago at 4%, and Grace Poe at 2%. So it looks like what we're seeing right now is a surge for Jejomar Binay. The vice president looks like he's pushing on social media. That's a difference in this round. Let's go now to our editors, because in addition to our debate adjudicators, you're also going to hear a judgment call from the editors. Why will they choose the winner? What are the characteristics they're looking for? I'm going to bring you to Chai Hofilenya, who's the head of our investigative unit.
Hi, Maria.
Hello, Chai.
As in the first round, we're also looking at the same criteria, basically unchanged. We will choose the best candidate per round, and we will be looking at 3 things. One is truthfulness, the values and the consistency that the candidate is able to show. Second is overall impact, whether the candidate has a vision, whether there is leadership, and whether he is, of course, able to articulate what he wants to do if he wins as president. And the third is stock knowledge. Is he knowledgeable about issues that matter to the nation? Are there facts on file? So reversely, the candidate who will be a loser would be someone who would fail to articulate what he wants to do if he wins as president. Someone who's tentative, someone who's inconsistent, someone who's bluffing, and someone who we find to be even lying, if ever. Hopefully, we don't spot that. And the third would probably be a candidate who just shows very, very superficial or surface knowledge.
It's so interesting because the way we framed this before we talked to the debaters, and
Yeah.
if we actually compare the 2 characteristics, they're very similar. They have their shorthand of 3 words: matter, manner, method. Tayo, we're a little bit, I know it's all about them being able to actually lead, diba? In all the ways. But anyway, similar traits.
Yes. Actually, what would be interesting for us in this round would be the candidate who stands out,
Right.
someone who's distinct. Because in the first round, there were very, very similar positions, and they were not as like Duterte would say he agreed with Miriam. So we don't want that. I think this is a debate is an opportunity for candidates to show how different and how distinct they are from each other, so that voters will be in a better position to decide. Like if you look at the latest poll results, was still number one. She had 28%, and
Right.
this was an improvement from the previous survey. Interesting is Duterte,
Right.
because he climbed to number two and pushed down Binay.
Binay. At the largest, right? Is it a 4 percentage point increase?
Right.
When he climbed to number 2.
Yes. Sorry, Duterte climbed it was a 2 percentage point increase from 22% to 24%.
Got it.
And then it's Binay and Rojas still very, very close, at practically tied at the third spot. So we will see, we will be on the lookout whether, because in the previous debate, we chose Grace as the overall winner, but I remember Mar took round 1.
Right.
So we will see whether the same pattern will be observed in the second debate.
I'm going to throw a question at you. You might kill me for asking you right now. But
Yes.
Rappler is the only news group that is calling the debates so far, from the last debate, right? Why are we doing it?
Why are we doing it? Because we want to open up. First of all, we have the SMS. We have the SMS polls.
Right.
That's big data. More than of course, the pollsters will say it's not with the size of the respondents that matters really. But like in the last poll that we had over 47,000 responders.
Right.
A traditional poll would have maybe 1,800, 2,000 at the most on average. But we want to be able to get a wider spread of responders and see whether this would approximate what the usual polls would have. So we in our poll in February, Duterte was number 1. He had 39%, and Rojas was number 2 at 20%, and Binay was number 3 at 16%, and Poe at 13%. So it's quite the reverse. But what's consistent from what we're seeing is the performance of Duterte. He
Yes.
seems to be a constant favorite.
And what's interesting is that on the SMS and online from December, where he's been number 1, seems to now be moving into the statistical surveys.
Yes, he is creeping up.
Wonderful.
So we'll see how he does in this debate.
Thank you, Chai. So again, here's what we have, right? The Twitter share of voice is to Binay. He's number 1. But if you go and look at the online pulse, Facebook is predominantly by exponential numbers, predominantly Duterte. So these are why you will get near real-time share of voice assessments of each of the social networks. This time around, since we're going to be talking about the candidates, their positions on certain issues, let's go to some of our reporters who've actually covered them through this entire campaign, right? I'm going to go first on climate. And in that climate is the performance on Yolanda. So I'm going to first go to Bea Pupin, who has been shadowing, eating, breathing, sleeping, the Liberal Party candidate. Tell me, Bea, how has this campaign been so far?
Tiring? No, beyond that. Well, obviously the Liberal Party is running on a promise of continuity, which is kind of unique in the Philippines because usually, well, they pointed this out also, that most candidates promise change. A lot of candidates now are promising change, and they're saying that they'll continue what the current administration has started, and that actually the line is the past 5 years are a preview of what's to come if you vote for them. So that's very interesting in terms of covering the Liberal Party. When you talk about Yolanda, obviously Secretary Rojas, among all candidates, he has, I'm not sure if it's right to call it baggage, but obviously he was there during Yolanda, and his opponents hit him for his performance after the storm. So for sure it'll be brought up later because climate change and disaster risk reduction will be a topic later. So I'm told that they've prepared for this because they've already prepared for it the first time. So we'll see how it'll be interesting to see how his rivals will bring it up. Like, how will they attack the issue? Will they bring up the old criticisms that he was inept, he didn't do the right things, or will they bring up these allegations of corruption which are cropping up now, diba, na parang where did the funds go? So,
Fantastic. Bea, thanks. I want to turn from Mar Rojas, let's go to Rudy Duterte and climate change, which is in one reporter. Pia Ranada is our green reporter. At the same time, she's been the shadow of Mayor Rudy Duterte from the time he declared, before he declared until now. Assess his performance, and then please tell us what you see as the topic of debate today, the climate change.
Well, I covered Duterte a few days ago, and it was the first time I heard him say climate change in a sentence. And he was talking about El Nino and how the earth is cracking up in Mindanao. And I was impressed because I never heard him say climate change. Always El Nino, always the heat. So I think he's been preparing in his own way. He's been reading up on the issues. He's been talking to experts. So I have high hopes for him. I hope he brings up the Mindanao issue, because climate change and El Nino really did hit Mindanao quite badly. A lot of crops were damaged. A lot of farmers were left fending for themselves. So I really hope he does well this time, because he has the advantage of knowing the situation on the ground in Mindanao. But also, what we've been seeing recently is he's also been hitting Mar Rojas a lot on Yolanda issues. He was in Tacloban a few days ago, and there he really made the crowd laugh with jokes about Mar breaking down, being supot, being a coward, not being able to handle a crisis. So he might bring it up during the debate, but I think he'll lay low on the insults. He told reporters in an ambush interview that he would not insult anyone this time. I mean, he'd keep it on the issues. So we'll see if he lives up to that promise, or how he'll bring up Yolanda without talking about the low blows, without bringing low blows into the picture. So
Fantastic. I have to turn it to Grace Poe, the front runner. That's you, Camille. Camille Lamia has been shadowing Grace Poe. The Supreme Court decision was 2 weeks ago, and now she's prepared for this. How has her campaign changed over the last few months?
Well, ever since the Supreme Court released that decision, Poe has been more of upbeat in her campaign. Maybe because there's no more, the biggest hurdle to her candidacy is almost over, and now she prepared for this debate by cutting short the sorties. Although she wouldn't admit it, most of her sorties would end around 5 p.m. or earlier than that, because she has to prepare for this debate. And if there's one thing about Grace Poe, she's always coming prepared to all her events, like recently the Makati Business Club. But now the most interesting part to watch out is if she will go beyond the generic statements that she gave the past debate, and move forward to...
Has she given specifics, or is she still in the broad area?
She's still in the broad so far in my coverage of her. But now, maybe because most people are telling her that she's like that, let's see if she will go beyond that for this session.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies, thank you. My gosh, I just realized we need paternos all the way over there. Let me go to Clarissa, which she's running the other way. Hi. So, can I give you the mic one more time?
Yes.
And we've talked to the reporters who've been covering the campaign. I guess in terms of now, your expectations, what you expect from the candidates in this, as they deal with some of the issues that you study.
Yeah. Well, one thing I expect from the candidates now is they'll be better. Because having gone through the first one, it's new to everyone to have gone through a nationally televised, really high-profile debate that's live. It was clear that they were nervous going in, all of them, across the board. They were kind of nervous. They eased into it eventually. So now I think not only will the candidates themselves be more prepared, but their teams would have prepped them a little more, and they will have had a better idea of what they're preparing for. Although the format is different, people could see that they didn't quite have the amount of time they thought they would have, so they were rushing through answers. And now I'm hoping that they would have practiced a little more in terms of how much you can really fit into a minute and a half, how much can you really fit in 30 seconds, because the language is Filipino. It's very difficult to jam a lot of content into a minute and a half because it takes a lot more syllables to say the same thing in Filipino than in English. That's why it's all very rushed. So 90 seconds would work in English. You can cover a lot.
Yeah.
But in Filipino, you can't really cover a lot. So I'm hoping people are going to be a little more relaxed. When people are more relaxed, you get more substantive, focused answers.
Right. I'm
Yes.
going to throw the question I threw to our adjudicators, which is they have to appeal to so many different audiences. And ABC1, C2 are interested, let's say, in the issues, right? We want answers to specific things, but the bulk of the voters are not. How would you, if you were a candidate, how would you deal with this?
First, I wouldn't make the assumption that the bulk of the voters are not.
Fantastic.
I think one of the things that really personally bothers me about how we discuss voters is all of the language that sort of attacks the masses for not being rational about who they're voting for. Everybody's rational. They just have different reasons for why they're voting for certain candidates. When we say, for example, that a candidate is popular because he's a personality, and people are talking about certain candidates because they're personalities, they like personalities, I prefer to think about it as character. You know, they're really talking about character. Is this a person I can trust? Is this a person that I think will
Great.
protect my interests as somebody who is poor
Yes.
with a unique set of circumstances and constraints? Is this person going to be thinking about what I need? Right? So that's not necessarily in the really, to me, offensive language of bobotante.
Yes.
There is nothing productive to insulting the mass of voters.
Yes.
We don't get anything from it.
Exactly.
So what we want is to, I think, even the candidates should acknowledge that everybody's interested in the issues. Because the more we assume that the masses are not interested in the issues, the less likely the candidates are going to be talking about the issues.
Right.
Right? So it's just a cycle.
Campaign managers, that's the way they talk. You
Yes.
think that they're
Campaign
going to stick to the
managers
old
and media.
and me.
Yes.
Guilty. Let me ask you about something Patricia said, which is anger. The anger that is there. Do you see that anger, and where does it come from?
Yes. The anger is palpable. The anger is much more public now than before because we have social media. People are behind their computers. They can attack others. I mean, this is not behavior that's unique to the Philippines. This is behavior that we see everywhere. It's true in the United States. It's true in the campaign now in the primaries in the United
Yes.
States. There's a lot of trolling. There's a lot of sexism and just
Really, it's like
harassment.
violent,
Yes,
right?
really violent. So it's not something that's just true here in the Philippines. It's true in a lot of places. Being on social media unlocks at some level an ability to say whatever they want because they're hiding behind the screen.
Yes.
Right? So I'm not sure that it's new. I'm not sure that this anger is new. It's just that we see it a little more.
And yes,
And maybe it feeds on itself.
does the
because we see it.
fragmentation lead to that, or the tech? I guess is the technology fueling this, or
It's the technology, but it's the social nature of it.
Okay.
Right? So if you're around a lot of people, it's like mob mentality, right? It's a mob.
Yes.
You get sucked into it, and if you're around a lot of people who are angry and hearing them express anger, it makes you angry.
well, we see
So
from
you
our
get-
mood meter the emotion that spreads fastest is anger.
Yes, yes. That's an emotional response. It's emotional contagion. So, because it's all social, you have this venue where it can just spread really quickly. And because on top of that, we have these silos, you have people who are together angry. It makes them even more angry. So it's a little difficult to break that cycle, to bring it back to more calm discussion. But I think media is in a particularly important position to bring it back to talking about the issues. Emotions are not necessarily bad
Yeah.
as long as it doesn't cloud reason.
How do you stop a mob?
How do you stop a mob?
Yeah, because oftentimes on social
Yes.
media, right? That's what
Yes,
we
the
deal
UPLB
with.
student.
Yeah, I'm sure the
to deal
candidates
with
will
it.
want to know your answer on that one.
Well, first it's important that the candidates really address their supporters, and I think to some extent Duterte did that eventually.
Yes.
But it's very hard to control, and one thing we need to focus on is also to prevent it.
Yes.
Right? Is to know what kinds of things we need to avoid, to know what kinds of things we need to watch out for so that we can control it. There should be, we can think about creative technological ways to try to control it. If you need to take down a story that's creating a mob, then maybe that's something that needs to be discussed. You know, these are completely new issues in media, in new technology. These are completely new. You've never had to deal with it before. So all of it is something that we just need to figure out answers to.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much, Clarissa. Master debaters, 1 minute each. 1 minute each before the debate begins. How would you steer the people watching?
Okay. We touched on two important points in our discussion these past few minutes. One is the narrative that each candidate wants to forward, and the other is the response to the issues that, well, everyone is looking at. I think it's a delicate balance between still steering that narrative forward, but at the same time responding to the issues. There's an interesting question earlier. If all of the candidates will answer one issue the same way, then how do we distinguish? It flattens the discussion. Then I think that's where the narratives will come in, how the candidates will choose to portray themselves and how the people will see these candidates. So that's how you color the differences between how each candidate will respond to the issues. And in the same way, if you go to the other extreme, that you just talk about narratives, but you don't put in details, you don't put in concrete platforms, you don't put in direct responses, then you don't go any further than just a talk shop or just the usual cosmetic campaign that we want to move past. That's why we're doing something like this. So it's the narrative and the responses. I think a delicate balance. The candidate that can do that in this debate, I think, should be able to get some, headway.
Joan.
So I think that for A, B, C, D, and E, there are different issues that they would want each candidate to highlight. And so there is that temptation for each candidate to go for the least common denominator when discussing, because that's the only way to reach all publics at the same time. But if they can go beyond that, if they can find a way, a strategy to rise above that and maybe discuss every issue at a higher level of intelligence and maturity, then I think that maybe they can attract me, they can attract me. And then to do that without losing their voice, not sounding like it's an oratorical contest that they've memorized and maybe, practiced 10 million times. How to sound authentic and how to sound spontaneous while addressing all classes of voters. I think that would be something I look forward to.
Thank you. Nicole.
I just think we are all subject to the rules of responsible speech. If you're a supporter of a candidate, I think your obligation is to enrich the discussion rather than to stop the discussion. You stop discussions by name calling, by shaming other people on social media, for example, or threatening them. We're all subject to rules of responsible speech. If you're an undecided voter and you're listening to this debate, I think it's important to come in the debate with an open mind and try to keep on asking those important questions. I think overall, having lots of excitement in this debate tells us, and it gives us hope, that in these elections, ideas are important, reasons are important. I'm very excited that a lot of people are excited, and it somehow gives us hope that it's not just about the jingles or the posters or the memes, that ideas matter, hopefully, in these elections.
Fantastic. Patricia, it's very hard for you to speak, but our adjudicators have spoken. Last thoughts before we go to the debate.
I think for me, it's interesting to hear the adjudicators.
Really fun.
Ask for these are old friends, but more importantly, it's interesting to hear them ask for a higher level of reasoning, a higher level of intelligence, more discourse. All of these things are grand things to ask for. I don't know if we're asking too much. So I'm interested in whether, instead of asking for a higher level, perhaps our adjudicators will bring themselves to the lower level that may come out in this debate.
That's so cynical.
We're going to come back, so the debate is about to begin. It is cynical, but also we've seen it. So full disclosure, Rappler has also been attacked.
Through a lot, yeah.
We've gone through, as Clarissa has said, that this is a new world, and we've had to deal with super granular detail that goes into the rabbit hole, down to which word choice you make to show bias, right? So this is fascinating to me without seeing a big picture. Where will the electorate take us? Well, we're going to go off while the debate is happening. We're going to be watching very closely. Oh, the debate is not yet happening. What we're going to do is on the page. So if you go online right now, you can see the Pilipinas 2016 Cebu presidential debate. You will see the live moods are visualized, and I think our social media will post that link for you. In fact, I'll post it for you right now on Twitter, so you can see it. And on that, you will see every single development will have its own mood meter. Vote how you feel on that. At the same time, Twitter is looking at the sentiment analysis, and at the same time it's share a voice, which candidate is being discussed the most. Facebook, we're looking at which post, which candidate is running away with it. There's Senti, our partner from LaSalle, is actually doing sentiment analysis of both Facebook and Twitter. You will see that on the page. So stay with us. Let's look at the debates. Let's be open to reason. Take your emotions and vote. And then let's see if you're actually able to influence others. This is a fantastic time, a very exciting race. Let's bring it to higher levels. I'm Maria Ressa. We'll be back with you soon. As in between the debate, you're going to hear back from our very learned, intelligent debate adjudicators, as well as the editorial team of Rappler. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back. our wait of more than an hour and about 20 minutes, we sat through a pretty exciting first round, yes?
Yeah. Yes.
You're going to hear now from the debate adjudicators, the best of our, what I think would be the best of our debaters and the adjudicators coming in. And then our editorial team will talk to you and we'll give you the social share of voice and what you think online. Remember, the Rappler online poll is up. You tweet on Twitter using hashtag PHVote and the name of the candidate you support or the name of candidate you want to call attention to, and the same on Facebook. So let's start with you guys. Nicole,
Right.
you first. What did you make of the first round?
Well, first of all, excellent start for TV5 and Philippine Star. Excellent
started.
question. It started. That's a good thing.
It started.
After it started. But yes, the way the questions were framed were very good. The first question on FOI was, I think, very important. The framing was excellent. It was really able to bring out where people stand on the FOI. For this debate in particular, we were discussing earlier that it's probably a toss-up between Grace Poe and Vice President Binay. I think one of the biggest issues that came out in this debate was the way Senator Poe framed this. Are you going to pick someone who, in her term, was nangulimbat or was a corrupt Filipino who stayed in the Philippines versus a Filipino who left to work overseas to lead a decent life? How do you judge what is a good Filipino in this context? For me, it's a very close debate between Senator Poe and Vice President Binay. I'm open to be persuaded by my fellow adjudicators.
So this is round one.
This is round one.
Nicole Cureto is the former captain of the UP Diliman debate team, and she is now a research fellow for the Center for Deliberative Democracy in Canberra. Let us go to the sole gentleman on the panel. Glenn Tuazon is a two-time Asian Best Speaker, Asian Debate Grand Champion. Now he is he's a lawyer.
I am a lawyer.
Go, Glenn. Please, what did you think?
Okay, it's all about airtime. And from that first round, I think the two candidates that got the most airtime were, I agree with Nicole, it's Grace Poe and VP Pinay. I think this entire hullabaloo about the notes at the start really framed this debate from the beginning, because everyone was curious, what were these notes all about? And it turned out that the notes were documents constituting waivers by Vice President Binay on his AMLA protections. So I even tweeted something on my account. Do documents constitute notes? Are they covered by the rules of the debate? That's not clear.
Right.
So are you allowed to bring evidence, or are you disallowed from bringing evidence as well? But I think it primed everyone into thinking, what's so important about these notes? So if it's all about airtime, I think Senator Poe and Vice President Binay took a lot of airtime in the first round. And then, although I thought that the debate at times devolved into tangential issues, like you would have a good discussion about FOI, or you'd have a good discussion about energy and power, and then they'd start bringing up tangential issues that are not part of the question,
Such
like
as?
MRT. Or criminal allegations. So it's kind of like maybe to say it in Filipino, parang away bata. So you'd be discussing about a certain issue, and then hindi pangit ka, ay, hindi mas pangit
Playground
ka.
politics.
So it's something like that.
But you were saying earlier that you were looking at it in terms of airtime. But it's certainly, as adjudicators, you're not looking in terms of airtime. Who's your best speaker?
I think Senator Poe takes it. She came off sharp. She would bring up certain issues. For example, on the environmental issue, she brought up about what Mr. Rojas was calling mitigation issues. Of course, we were discussing this off air about how these are actually, what do you call this?
Adaptation.
Adaptation.
They were actually, we did a fact
measures.
check right off the top.
We
Go.
didn't add. Okay. So basically, I thought that she inserted herself well in these particular issues. So she appealed on both the facts and the issues, and also on matters of policy.
Joanne.
Yes. So I was looking at this debate not just from the perspective of airtime per se, but making sure your voice is heard. And I think the voice that I heard the most were Grace Poe's and Vice President Binay's. So on that alone, they were the most that I recalled, and so
Right.
that was very important to me as a first salvo.
Grace Poe
And Vice President Binay. And I thought that for the first time, Mar Rojas was on the defensive.
Oh, okay. We're going back. Let's go back to the debate, and we'll come back. Poe and Binay.
It's okay.
The winners, with Glenn making the call for Poe.
I didn't think he would
Okay.
engage.
Welcome back. We're in between the rounds and we're just about to begin part 2, but let's give you the editor's call on the last one, part 1 of round 1. And let me call our Rappler's managing editor, Glenda Gloria. I'm going to give you the mic. Can you give us what you thought of who won it, and why?
Well, Maria, for round one, we gave it to Senator Grace Poe. She came out very aggressively, but beyond that, it's really on the FOI bill. She was to the point in terms of being aware of who is to blame for the delay of the passage of the bill, and actually putting in context what exactly is FOI. Binay came out saying, well, I will support an FOI, in fact, will issue an executive order. But the senator actually hinted that, well, you have no credibility at all to say about issuing an executive order because you have not even appeared before the Senate when we were investigating corruption allegations against you. So in terms of that, connecting a bill to actually exposing the credibility or the lack of credibility of a rival goes for very well for Poe.
Fantastic.
So we gave it to her for this round.
To Grace Poe. And then one of the stories that we just came out with was about the ganging up on Binay. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I think that was expected. I think he was expecting it as well. In fact, if his PR team is to be believed, he had to cancel his trip to Ilocos Norte to prepare for this debate. Understand that the context of this debate is an expose against him a few
What did
days
we all
ago,
think of the pair?
linking him to a dollar account that was
He's not
supposedly
engaging.
transmitted through one of the agencies that was used in the money
I'll just do
laundering
it when I
scheme
become president,
involving the
whatever the issue
RCBC.
is.
So it's
Parang wala
all
siyang
that. He knows that he's going to
If
be
you say that,
always the
they're gonna
punching
kill you on
bag
social
here.
media.
He presented also documents. And at that point, it came as a surprise. I think, to be fair to the vice president, that was the documents he was referring to. Apparently, that he wanted some props to show that he was willing to sign a waiver, but again, it falls short of what exactly he has been showing since the corruption allegations came out.
Fantastic. Thanks, Glenda. Clarissa, we're coming to you. What your thoughts of round 1, and then and also your thoughts on the media, the way TV5 and the Philippine Star handled it.
Yes, this is a very interesting debate because, again, as I said earlier, unpredictable. It's so unpredictable how these things are going to happen. Who would have thought it would be delayed by an hour and a half? It would be handled the way it was handled. One of the striking things that I was thinking was the experience from the audience point of view. Between people who were just watching it on TV and people who were seeing Twitter and Facebook. If you're looking at Twitter and Facebook, you're seeing the backstory. You're seeing that Binay was going to walk out, he was coming back, they were fighting inside, there were jokes being thrown around. But if you were just watching TV, this is completely outside of what you're able to see. So voters who are on Twitter are seeing character things about Binay and Mar Rojas and everybody involved in all of this. Whereas if you're only watching television, you only see the actual debate. So you're operating on a different set of information, and the reaction to how Binay conducted himself with the documents, etc., is something that's completely opaque if you're only watching it on television. So it's interesting to see how voters will react differently depending on what kind of information they have. The other thing that was interesting really was it's kind of the wild, wild west, but it's fun. It's fun in that sense because there's a lot of attacking, there's a lot of freedom to really just butt in there and interrupt. Maybe it's not good debate form, but it certainly makes for good entertainment and a lot of substance. There are candidates who are falling all over themselves trying to give as many facts and figures as possible, and you can see that they're trying to make themselves appear very knowledgeable and be able to pull things out of the air, and that they know their history, they know what the statistics are, etc. But then you have candidates who are really looking for ways to give a punchline. These are different approaches to the debate. So it'll be interesting what the next rounds are going to look like.
Fantastic. Thank you. Let's go to our adjudicators. At the part 1, round 1, we were actually talking about Poe and Binay,
Binay.
right? So now round one is over. Let's talk.
Which one's your best speaker?
Who is your
Our consensus is that Senator Grace Poe took this round because I think her assumption debate team captain background came out, and it was really convincing the way she explained her positions. First of all, we thought the questions were good. On FOI, tax reform vis-a-vis infra, climate change, corruption, disaster response. And we feel that, well, I feel personally that Senator Poe tackled the FOI really well. There was a good exchange on citizenship, and that was a good clash between Vice President Binay and Senator
That's
Poe.
something that resonates with the public.
Exactly.
That discussion.
Exactly. And I thought that, there was a surprise there because she baited Vice President Binay on the disclosure, and then VP Binay says, here are my documents, I'm waiving bank secrecy. I thought that was exciting, and I thought the format allowed for it finally. So I thought that Grace Poe won this round.
So across the entire two gaps of the first round,
That's
for
right.
you it's Grace. And is it the same for everyone
Same for
else?
Yes, same for me as well.
Okay.
Clarissa talked about differences in style. How would you talk about how would you take apart the four candidates as debaters? What are the differences in styles?
I think what's interesting about Senator Poe is throughout the campaign, we've seen her become more aggressive. But parang in 2013, she started as FPJ's daughter. In the past debate and in this debate, not a single mention of FPJ. And you increasingly see her being able to hold her own, have her own opinions. I think in this particular round, and even in the first gap, she was able to frame the debate quite well. So for example, when Mar Rojas says, for example, well, everyone from the LP who has substantial evidence can have a case in the ombudsman. And then she reframes it by saying, yeah, but only members of the LP that are dispensable to your party. But what about crucial people in the LPs who are incompetent? And, she named names as well. So I think that was very aggressive. It framed the debate correctly. When Mar Rojas makes a claim about Yolanda, she will say, but what about the 154,000 other houses that aren't built yet? So she has this very aggressive but also engaging and not cheap way, like an elegant way, fact-driven way of framing, but aggressive. So in a way, it's a good balance between her soft-spoken character, but also it's that way of saying, but I'm soft-spoken, but I can still drive this debate. So I think that's a good balance that not a lot of candidates were able to do in this round.
If Nicole is saying that Grace was Grace under pressure, so to speak.
Grace
Yes.
under pressure, nice.
What about the other candidates? She talked about raising an elegant level of debate. Were they all elegant?
Okay, I want to focus on Secretary Rojas in particular because I don't envy his position. Because it's always an unenviable position in a debate where you're part of the current administration. And any debate will inevitably talk about problems that you want to solve or things that you want to improve. But you have to tread that particular position because you cannot throw under the bus what your administration is doing, but you also want to prove that you can do something more. So that's the delicate balance that he's supposed to do. He has to pinpoint certain gaps and how we can improve them, but he cannot throw anyone under the bus. Now, I think this is what the other candidates know, and they see that we expected the candidates to gang up on VP Binay, but you see the candidates also ganging up on Secretary Rojas. No? You see Mayor Duterte and si VP Binay even discussing, so who are the ones in cahoots with Secretary Rojas in Mindanao?
Right.
So they're bullying
I think
Secretary
it's a strategy
Rojas?
because they see that he's slightly cracking under pressure. He came off a bit antsy for me.
Right.
Okay.
As opposed to, I think, well, as for the other candidates, I think Mayor Duterte came off as a bit disengaged, which I think could work for his benefit. Because he's not going into the fray. He's just
He's above it.
He's above it. He's commenting.
Okay.
Parang may jokes. They're a bit
He's acting as a moderator even. So who are these guys?
That's
Parang
right.
He's prompting them to say
And
the
he's
names.
saying sometimes that, we can debate about this until we're blue in the face, but I'm going to address it when I become president.
Right.
So there's that kind of, I'm disengaging from this whole petty fight.
And I think that's what Mayor Duterte supporters are looking for.
Right.
They're looking for that image of the strong man who
The presidential.
the presidential
Yeah.
guy who won't jump into the fray.
all of you earlier were asking for more rationality in the debate, but with an emphasis on differentiating policies and ideas and ideologies and all that. Did we see any differentiation in the last debate, or is it more of the same, only I'll do better than you?
I think we see a lot of policy differentiation, like the climate change debate in particular, I think was very interesting. There's a real clash here when you have Mayor Duterte saying, look at the UN imposing all of their policies on green energy on us, and then you have Secretary Ross saying, no, we need clean energy. Of course, he didn't say anything about having a lot of coal power plants being built by this administration, but it's good to see the foresight on his part. So I think the debate is
Okay, we're about to start the next
Alright.
round. Thank you, guys.
Hello and welcome. I'm Maria Ressa. We just finished watching part 3, so the 3 parts of round 1. Coming up next is going to be the part 2, which is the round 2, which is actually where the candidates ask each other questions. Let's go to our adjudicators, Nicole Curato, Glenn Tuazon, Joan de Venecia. What did you guys think of round 1? First, let's talk about part 3. Anything interesting in part 3?
I think the best part was when Mar Rojas said this is the Duterte brand of justice. Shooting from the hip, basically punishing people without thinking about it. We heard the word kill and that so many times in that round. So I think just to a certain extent, Mar Rojas did something good in this round by bringing out what's wrong with the Duterte brand of justice.
On the other hand, do you think Mar may have broken a little bit under the strain? He seemed to be slightly more off kilter. Maybe a bit more aggressive but higher pitched at this time. I think that's the politically correct way to put it. Glenn, what you were saying earlier?
It's funny because before we went on the last segment, I was saying that Mar Rojas was losing his cool, so he seemed a bit antsy. I also got that a bit from this last round, although I tend to disagree a bit. I think that he was, well, no, actually I agree with Nicole. I thought he was more, he came off stronger for this segment. The sound bites were clear. I think he defended himself quite aggressively. And then it was funny because I was saying that Mayor Duterte was getting points in the prior rounds by not joining into the exchanges. This time he went full into the fray. Let's see how that will resonate with his supporters. Because I think though that this entire I will be strong, if you're president, you have to be ready to take certain measures. That resonates with the supporters. So if you believe in that kind of act, then it's kind of justice, then that's going to embolden you more. Especially with the death penalty question at the last. Yeah?
For the first 2 parts though of this round, all 3 of you felt that Grace Poe took the debate. For this last part of the first round, do you guys agree, John?
Well, overall, I think she still won the first round, but by a very close margin because of her answer on the Coco Levy issue.
Right.
I don't know. I thought that she was boxed in a corner and she really didn't respond. There was an intention to evade, and she said things that I thought were ultimately defending Dending Coangco and the Coco Levy issue. So, well, that was to me a bit disappointing on her part, but taking the 3 parts of round 1, I thought she still won that.
Who's number 2 for you?
Well, I would say that it would be VP Binay because he came out swinging on a lot of issues, and I thought that he actually explained a lot more on tax reform and infra, for instance, and he really explained why tax reform does not mean lagging behind in infra, because you have compensatory measures that would actually allow for the government to get money, collect more money, so that it could kind of balance the tax reform measures that it would be undertaking.
Nicole, do you agree?
Yes, to a certain extent, although I think the biggest missed opportunity of VP Binay here is to precisely explain why he never showed up in Senate, why he never explained the corruption allegations. He didn't do that in this debate either, except for that symbolic
It was a
evidence
grand
that
gesture, yes.
And of course,
Which almost worked, I think.
I don't know what the impact of that to a lot of people, but it's definitely a spectacular
Yes.
gesture for him to say, look, I'm waving all of these things. But yeah, I think I'll agree with John. For second place, I'd give it to VP Binay.
And Patricia?
I'm very curious as to if you have a first place or largely maybe a second place. Glenn, who do you think did worst in this debate? If you're willing to answer that question.
Wow. Well, actually,
Or missed the most opportunities.
that's a fair question because I tend to agree with my 2 co-panelists that maybe the ones who came off strongest were Senator Poe and Vice President Binay. So between Mayor Duterte and Secretary Rojas, I think it's well, I really can't decide at this point. I'm not hedging. I just really can't decide at this point. But it's a matter of the strategy. If you look at Mayor Duterte, he tended to insert himself in strategic points. That could be strategic, but that could also be a missed opportunity to insert his voice and get more airtime. Secretary Rojas was more in the middle, especially towards the end. But as we have discussed extensively, I don't know if the defensive tone would sit well, especially with undecided voters.
Nicole, do you think that Duterte came in swinging on the last round, at least for this particular round? We already discussed how he was rather quiet for the first couple of rounds. Do you think this was effective?
I think it's very strategic if he's doing it purposefully to use interruption. I mean, I wrote a piece for Rappler about how interruption is so important, and here you can see Mayor Duterte being very strategic, if it's deliberate, on interrupting the ILG Secretary Rojas, for example. At certain points, he was able to bring in the warden issue, even if that wasn't the point of the debate, and he was very successful in getting Secretary Rojas to talk about that. So I think to a certain extent, it's very clever. It didn't only give spice to the debate, but it gave him kind of some power to frame the debate in a way that he wants it to go.
And I think a major issue for everyone on this table was the fact that everyone said no to divorce across the board.
Yes. I was surprised about that because I saw in some interviews that I think Senator Poe and Mayor Duterte were for same-sex marriage, if I'm not mistaken.
But not divorce.
And not divorce. I always thought that divorce would be more acceptable to us as Catholics than same-sex marriage. So that confused me a bit and very disappointing, a personal opinion.
I think we need to add at this point that Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago is for divorce.
That's right.
And as we noticed earlier in the
She
debate,
tweeted.
she
tweeted
tweeted,
you.
but not just that. She has been, or her staff has been tweeting her opinions on most questions of the debate. So
She's answering.
participating through Twitter. But what is the implication when everyone says we're against divorce? What does it say about...
They're all scared.
It's a very careful gesture. You
Precisely.
don't want to alienate the Catholic majority.
Is it more interesting that Davao Mayor Rodrigo Duterte, who talks repeatedly about his many women, said he had a first wife, a second wife, is it telling that he is unwilling to support divorce?
I don't know. I mean, Rappler can fact check it, what he said about divorce in the past. But I think he has been generally supportive of same-sex marriage and other progressive policies.
That's what I recall.
So it's kind of surprising that, when you're pushed to the wall to put your position clearly, you'd say no to divorce. I mean, that's weird. I thought his position on divorce is as clear as his position on death penalty. I would have wanted something stronger from him, considering he does have this track record of arguing for progressive policies, except for death squads. Just to put that on record. That irony on record.
Pulling out in terms of issues that resonate, which ones resonated in part one?
I think Yolanda is a very important issue to talk about, precisely because this is an opportunity for Secretary Rojas to show that he is actually a leader. He is at the forefront of Yolanda and reconstruction and just immediate response. And there's this expectation that this could be his moment, because it's true that he was right there during Yolanda and he has this opportunity to defend his track record. And this is where the interruption of Mayor Duterte is very interesting, because he
Very
will
strategic
say,
insertion.
right. He can't handle that. This wasn't his exact words, but he was saying something like he was almost on a meltdown, like he couldn't handle.
I think he may have said that earlier about...
In a different context,
Yeah, in a different
yes.
context.
Or he said that he's a fraud.
Yes, precisely.
In that context, who
Potentially.
won the exchange?
I think Secretary Mar tried to defend himself by saying, and this is a narrative he keeps saying, I was there 3 weeks before.
Yes.
He smelled the stench of
I
dead
smelled the
bodies.
stench of death. Although it seemed a little odd this time, I smelled the stench of death. I saw many dead bodies, and I sent a number of food packs. It was an odd correlation, an odd mental image. But I don't know. Do you feel that he won that exchange?
No, I think Mayor Duterte won that exchange for me. It was a debate on figures.
Yes.
So where did do etc. But maybe a clear answer would have benefited him. But of course, it was a strategic insertion on the part of Mayor Duterte to question. It's like a cross-examination.
Yes.
Parang lawyer, di ba? You start casting doubt. And the moment that you cast doubt and you have a public that is also asking questions about this very fund, then that puts you in a precarious position. So I don't think Secretary Rojas was able to massage that challenge as well.
And in fact, I think Mayor Duterte, Vice President Binay, and Grace Poe had the united strategy in one front. That is demystifying Tuwid na Daan, because all three of them were consistent in hitting Tuwid na Daan on different levels. First, DILG, you're late in liquidating COA report.
Yeah.
Selective justice when it comes to allies. You just prey on the weak, the latak. I thought it was genius the way Grace Poe used the word latak. And you know, you keep the well-entrenched people safe. Yolanda, what did you do in Yolanda? And Mayor Duterte asking, so do you know what people do in Bilibid? Only for Mar Rojas to say, well, that's office of the president. Or PIDEA, that's not under me.
Yeah.
So I thought that all three of them had a strategy. I don't know whether conscious or united or they talked about it, but all three of them were really determined to hit tuwid na daan. And I thought all three were effective in doing that with Mar because he was very, very defensive and high-pitched already when defending himself at times. So
Though it's interesting, it feels like no one is trying to ask questions to Mayor Duterte. Like no one has been equally
That's true.
confrontational.
That's very true.
If everyone has a shot at winning the presidency, then how come all the attacks are against each other? VP Binay, Grace Poe, and Secretary Mar. Where is the attack against Mayor Duterte?
I think the only attack against Mayor Duterte was Secretary Rojas is in defense of himself.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
So on the killing, on Davao and everything else. But really, you're absolutely right. There was no attack
Actually,
against
he mentioned the
Duterte.
line, if, I wrote it here, if hindi ka takot pumatay,
Yes.
hindi ka handang maging presidente. I thought that would have invited more
Yes.
questions
Precisely.
Yeah.
from the rest of the
Yeah.
candidates.
Which Maro has replied to naman, na parang he said,
did,
that's the Duterte
That's Duterte
plan.
justice. Pero it was that's it, no?
Yes, yeah.
And it should be a shocking statement that your standard for a
I was
president is someone who's not terrified of killing. I would prefer a president personally anyway, or at least from a human rights perspective, that should be afraid of killing, that will kill as a last resort. But no candidate stood for that, which is, I think, interesting.
I don't know if that's a strategy. Or are they afraid to take on Mayor Duterte?
That's also
That's
possible.
interesting.
Are they?
He's really charismatic, I think. That's what he comes across as. Not just in this debate,
Right,
but
yeah.
in prior sorties.
Right.
It's hard because he can turn it into a strategy of turning it into a joke,
Right.
getting the crowd to turn against you. That's his skill.
Yeah,
That's
he
his
can
strategy.
reduce you to a tiny character and say,
To a
I'm laughing at you,
caricature.
Right.
and you're beneath me. He seems very good at this sort of thing.
Skilled in that respect, no?
So I want to ask you guys your reaction to this. The results of the editors aligned with you in terms of giving the round one to Grace Poe. Rappler online poll is Duterte. Facebook, the share of voice is Duterte, and underneath here on Twitter, share of voice, it's actually Jejomar Binay.
Right.
Okay.
Your thoughts on that?
But I think we also have to reflect as a panel. I mean, from which perspective are we coming from when we say Grace Poe is the best debater in this round? It's because we are debaters, and Grace
Correct.
Poe was a trained debater.
Right.
So the matter, manner, method.
Say it again.
Is
Matter,
manner and method is very much clear with how she explains her ideas. So her manner is aggressive but elegant. Her matter is complete. She has all of these statistics. Her logic is kind of sound, except for the Coco Levy part, maybe.
Yes. Right.
And then her method is very clear. So idea, example, or idea, argument, example. So it's very clear. So I think my reflection here is, yes, that style works if you're talking to people who have experience with debate. So I think that's the perspective that we offer.
Joan?
Well, I am not surprised about the large share in of social media footprint of the Duterte supporters. This is not the first time that we've seen it happen. And I think it's just a continuation. These are volunteers who really believe in their candidates. So I think that's fair. I don't question the statistics there.
And I think Glenn and everyone else
Not
has
surprising.
discussed the enormous charisma that Davao Mayor Duterte has. And I think that reflects very much on social media, which is also largely emotional.
Do you think that this kind of engagement translates into votes?
I have no idea.
Yeah, this is really
This is new.
really the new how big a role that will social media play in terms of influencing votes, in terms of the exercise of democracy.
I don't know if there's a survey that already shows that those who are active on social media are registered voters, for one thing. Is there a one-to-one correspondence, or are those active in social media the ones who vote, or the majority of the voters in the elections? Because if yes, then it would probably play a big role, but if not, then
I mean, the biggest proxy here would be the surveys.
Yes.
So
That's right.
the Grace Poe supporters aren't as active in social media, but she is a consistent front runner in the surveys. So just at least based on those two data sets, then we can say maybe not necessarily. But what's important is the action in social media can frame the conversation.
Correct.
And how the conversation is framed can frame how people make their selections for who they're voting for. But I guess only to that extent.
So what's so interesting to me is
Okay.
that this would be the statistical surveys that you have, right? And you can kind of see how they've done over time. But what's more interesting is we actually have 3 online polls on Facebook, on Twitter,
Right.
on Rappler itself, and SMS is the third one. And those since December, every month, have actually shown Duterte. And the last one, the last statistical survey, have shown his largest rise. Is that one way of seeing engagement translating into the statistical survey results, or too soon to tell? Too soon to tell.
Too soon
Maybe
to
too soon to tell.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe after the elections.
Okay, we're going back to the last round. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much. We're going back to round 2. Here we go. Hello and welcome. We're back. We've just finished round 2. So we've had 2 rounds. The first round had 3 parts. Let's go to the Rappler editorial team because they made a call on each part of the rounds. I'm going to give you Glenda Gloria, our managing editor. Can you explain who won which part of round 1? Which parts of round 1?
Well, for round 1, for the part 1, we earlier gave it to Senator Poe, and we've explained that earlier. But the part 2, which really tackled 2 very complex issues, which are taxes and Yolanda. Very complex issues, but none of the candidates really tackled them, and they went really off topic, becoming very personal in their attacks against each other. So for that round 2, we really didn't find any clear winner there. For round 3, the topics zeroed in on 2 very important issues, crime and the Coco Levy issue. Here, we found Senator Poe but quite defensive. She evaded the very specific question as to whether she indeed supported the bill that would have facilitated the creation of an agency that would help the coconut farmers.
Sorry.
And so she evaded the question, and also in the matter of crime, the crime questions were very addressed in a very simplistic manner, both by Duterte and by Grace Poe. So Mar Rojas came out as a winner both on the Coco Levy issue and on crime. Why? Because he displayed a more nuanced approach to problems like crime, which is really very complicated. It cannot be solved like what the Davao mayor said, like how he did it in Davao, or that Duterte also made a factual error in saying that the drug problem in Muntinlupa came about under the Aquino administration. It's always been there. It's just that under the Aquino administration, they actually raided Muntinlupa and arrested the drug dealers inside the prison. So for that, on the Coco Levy issue and crime, Mar Rojas was the clear winner there.
It seems like the candidates didn't challenge. They challenged each other, but not Duterte as much as.
I think because I guess for Mar, clearly it was really he's looking both at Poe and Binay as his closest rivals in that sense. I think he's trying to frame himself as the alternative to Binay, and Duterte and Binay, that one. Well, that's for the next round, right? But they didn't really ask each other tough questions. So there was a love fest there.
Okay.
All right.
Any surprises for you?
This is a bit, a lot of attacks against each other. It's not a surprise, but a lot of off-topic episodes and moments for the candidates. And they're not really... They take the opportunity to answer this question first, but then go off topic to actually use that very same issue to attack the candidate. So it's a bit, maybe they should stick to the issues in a more presidential manner.
That's interesting. Great. And we'll come back to you later on your reactions to part 2, to round 2. Let's go to our debate adjudicators. We're back with Nicole Curato, Glenn Tuazon, and Joan De Venecia.
I think the first thing we should ask them is who asked the best question among the candidates.
Who wants to go first?
I don't think we're in agreement here, so I'll start. Okay, so for Grace Poe, for this question, for this round, it's a bit sneaky. We were talking about this. It was a pointed question and it assumes a premise, but I kind of like the strategy. Her question basically is, these are your failures, Secretary Rojas. Now, are these failures the reason why President Aquino doesn't trust you?
Right.
So she presumes that
President
Aquino doesn't trust Secretary Rojas.
Yes.
So is this the reason why he doesn't trust you? So it's a pointed question, quite strategic, quite sneaky. As a lawyer, it's very strategic, although I don't know if it's going to sit well with the others.
Did you like Rojas' answer?
You could see that he was scrambling for answers there. Although I think he did as best as he could. Although that's the thing, eh? You presume the premise that the president doesn't trust him, and he admitted it. He said that, well, he bypassed me in the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joan, I actually agree with Glenn that the question that Grace posed to Rojas was very, very sneaky and something I didn't expect from her because it was really catty. Like the way she phrased it, she actually said that you're incompetent and then that's why the president doesn't trust you, which are really not questions, but accusations. And then Mara was just left with, well, actually, he really didn't tell me about Mamasapano. So I don't know how he could really realistically get away from that. Now, but to me, the best question would be Mar's question in the sense that it was presidential and gracious, allowing the vice president the opportunity to explain the corruption charges without accusation. So as far as questions go, I think, well, Mar has been a stickler for rules in this debate. So he really followed the rules and just asked a question without a loaded accusation.
Right,
But wasn't
right.
the question in itself loaded? He said COA, he said Sandigan Bayan,
The
he
first
said
question.
he never showed up.
That's right. I think that was the response after VP answered. But the first question at least was that now you're given the opportunity to explain yourself in front of the people. The first question at least was gracious.
And Nicole.
Yes, I'm the dissenting opinion here. I
Interesting.
didn't really like the way Senator Poe framed that question, precisely for that reason. It's sneaky. I think it's borderline unethical, saying that you're incompetent, right? That's the premise. And that the president doesn't trust you. Is that why he didn't tell you about Mama Sapano? I mean, it was sneaky. I didn't like the way, on the level of ethics, I didn't really like that. So I think the best question is from DILG Secretary Rojas, precisely because he didn't only ask or give the opportunity to VP Binay to explain the corruption allegations, but it kind of builds on the narrative that this is what the Aquino administration has done. We went through the process. We had the COA investigate you, we had the Ombudsman investigate you, and these are the accusations. And you never responded to these accusations, and this is your platform to talk about it. So I think it's good that he brought that debate back, because in a way that's really the biggest issue facing Vice President Binay, which is the corruption allegation. So just on that level, I think that was a better question, a more ethical way of framing a question if you're running for president.
So I'm not a debater. A debater would not use tactics like this.
Oh, they would, and I hate those debaters.
They would try to make you look like a fool. So the best way is to really just extricate yourself from that and don't put yourself in a corner.
And did Mar respond well if this was a debate?
The first sentence was really bad. Like he said, I didn't know about it. I was left
Which
out.
is already a concession of the premise. I
Yes.
guess.
Too great.
Exactly.
Which the
Right,
question
right.
assumes again.
Yes.
Right.
Instead of saying because he could have gotten out of that. He could have said,
Let's unpack that.
Teka lang,
let's
teka
unpack
lang.
that,
Right.
or
Let's take a step back.
I
Yeah,
think your
precisely.
premise is wrong.
Right.
And let me tell you why.
Right. He didn't. He stumbled
didn't.
into it, right?
Precisely,
Yeah.
yes.
But I think the other issue that the adjudicators were raising is the refusal of Vice President
Yes.
Binay to ask a question of
Mayor Duterte.
Again, it's a pattern that we've seen throughout this debate. Nobody wants to take on Mayor Duterte.
Right.
I don't think they see it as strategic at all. So Mayor Binay, I think that may be part of his strategy, and he got something in return. Mayor Duterte basically conceded that
He's more
that
qualified.
VP Binay is a qualified leader. So we were talking about how strictly in a debate, if you skip your speech, that's a zero. You're
Right.
basically gonna go to bin room the next round.
Yeah.
But in practice, you can waive your cross-examination. That's a strategy.
So quick, who won this part of round two?
With one dissenting vote, Grace Poe.
Grace Poe.
With one
Okay,
dissent.
we're going back to the debate, and this is the second part of round two.
Closing statement.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Here? Hello, we're back. This is the end of the debate, and now let's take a look at what the crowd thinks. We put in every platform a way to both monitor what you feel, how they made you feel, and asked you what you thought. Who won each round? So Rappler had a poll on its site, and with us now is Katerina Francisco. Katerina is one of our reporters. She's been monitoring your votes. Tell us what happened for each of the rounds.
For each of the rounds, we see that there's been.
Sorry, let me give you a mic.
For each of the rounds, we see that there's been a consistent trend. It's always been Duterte at number 1, and Binay at the last place. And he almost always has single-digit figures for that. For second and third place, it's between Rojas and Poe. Rojas took the first 2 rounds. Rojas was third place in the first round of the first segment of the debate, while Poe was the second place. But then he overtook Poe in the succeeding rounds of the debate. So we see that the consistent trend seems to be that Duterte is number 1, Binay is at 4th place, and Rojas and Poe are at 2nd and 3rd place. It also mirrors the performance in the Cagayan de Oro presidential debate. Duterte was also number 1, and Binay was also at the consistent last place, even with Santiago in the mix. If we go back to the first debate, we see that the second place in the debate in the Rappler polls went either to Santiago for the first round or Rojas for rounds 2 and 3. So that's been the consistent trend so far. The Davao City Mayor has a lot of online followers voting on the Rappler polls.
Fantastic. Thanks, Katerina. Now let's go to Twitter, Facebook, sentiment analysis. And for that, let's turn to our social media head, and I'll take you to our Stacey De Jesus. Stace?
Hi, Maria. So what we're seeing here is also consistent with what Katerina said, that a lot of Duterte supporters have been very noisy on Facebook. So they've been consistently leading the share of voice for Duterte. This has also been consistent even before the debates, days before that, and the gap is really big. But you can see that the lead is. After Duterte, that's followed by Rojas for Facebook. For Twitter, it's been a crazy.
Sorry, before you leave Facebook,
yes,
the gap between Duterte and Rojas from first and second place, how large is that gap?
Super large. I can actually show you the graph if you guys can zoom in here. It's not even actually very.
These are near real time results.
Yes,
okay,
these are real time results. This is the hashtag volume before the debate started, and today you can see that there's been a huge spike for PH vote Duterte, and if you can. I don't know if you can see it, but it's very far from
exponential.
All the other, yes, exponential spike for Duterte, and the clear next would be Rojas, who is color yellow for this chart. But sorry, I'm trying to. But he's also in the same level with the other, basically the same level with the other candidates. For Twitter, it's been a crazy fight between Binay, I would say, and Duterte. It could possibly be so positive or negative for Binay, though. Before the debate has started, Binay was leading the share of voice on Twitter.
Share of voice means number of people talking about
him, right?
Talking
about him. When the debates actually started, Duterte and Binay have been switching places per round. So Duterte overtook the first round, and then Binay again, and so on. So the supporters have been, using the hashtags back and forth, trying to make sure that their candidates are making noise on social media. What's interesting also, while all this is happening, is Miriam Santiago has been trying to answer the questions via social media. So that's it for.
Let's look at sentiment analysis. This is the overall on Twitter and Facebook.
This is overall Twitter and Facebook. it's divided into positive, negative, and neutral. For Mar Rojas, it's mostly 30% negative and then 13.6 positive and then 56% neutral. For Rodi Duterte, for mayor, our Davao City mayor, 24%, 24.9% negative and 25% positive, so more or less the same. And then Judge Marbina is mostly positive. Miriam Santiago mostly positive, even though she's not there. But Grace Poe has a 54.9% positive sentiment on her online, which is really interesting. Yeah, so that's powered by Senti, one of our partners.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, Stacy. I'm going to throw it to our, oh, we're still going. Okay, our editors are working on the reasons why. Let's go to our debate adjudicators. Before we come to you, let me ask our reporters who have actually covered each of these candidates what they thought. Why don't I start? Are you guys ready? Who wants to go first? They're all writing. They're all writing. Let's go with Mayor Duterte. Pia Renada, are you ready?
Okay, I'll try to
Your
answer.
reactions. How did he do?
I think he was more combative this time around. The last debate, he played it safe. He didn't really insult anyone. He didn't really ask direct questions. But this time around, he kept saying that Mar is a fraud. He kept saying he's pretentious. He hit on Mar's performance during Yolanda rehabilitation. But at the same time, we also saw him agreeing with a lot of other statements, like when Binay said he didn't have a question for Duterte. Duterte came back and complimented Binay, saying he's qualified to run for president. So it was a strange Duterte. Like he was trying to be strategic, but he was also coming out as a bit too cute, a bit too snide maybe. And I'm not sure how it came across to some people. It seemed like he didn't really take the debate seriously at some points, and then he didn't really articulate very well his platform. Like during the question on his crime platform, his promise of 3 to 6 months, I was surprised he didn't mention his plan to double the salaries of policemen and military, his plan to create special trial courts for heinous crimes to make the litigation faster, the cases faster. So he does have a plan, but for some reason he didn't really elaborate on that. He just kept saying, I have the political will to do it, I will do it, and let's leave it at that. So I think he could have banked more on his plan. He already has a plan, so why not lay it out for everyone to see? So that really confused me. Like, it could have been his moment to shine, but he did not.
Did anything he did surprise you? Was anything out of character?
Not really, because he's unpredictable. So, yeah. I mean, he was predictably unpredictable. So for me, he just keeps surprising people with what he does. But I think this time around, he could be more consistent.
Right.
Now is the time to be consistent, because if you talk about the political will, the leadership, then you have to show it in your actions that you mean what you say and you have the follow-up for everything.
Online support. I mean, you heard from Stacy most of it, the polls and Twitter share of voice. Although Twitter actually went to Binay, but this online support, is that a surprise for Duterte?
No, not
it's
at
not,
all.
right?
Yeah, it's consistent.
It is something that's part of his campaign.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Pia. Anything surprising on climate change?
Well, it really revealed how much the candidates know about climate change. I believe the candidate who had the best answer for the question of the journalist was Mar Rojas, because he was on point saying that we need to make the shift to renewable energy. Because the point of the journalist who asked the question was, how do we balance our commitment to the UN, reducing by 70% our emissions by the year 2030 versus our need to industrialize as a developing country? So Mar hit it on the spot, but then I was surprised Grace Poe tried to answer, but then she mentioned all the measures she mentioned are adaptation, not mitigation. They're more of how to protect citizens from calamities, disasters, but not really how to minimize our emissions. So she had a very long answer, but I think it wasn't direct to the point exactly.
Fantastic. Thank you, Pia. And I think our reporters, Camille, would you like to talk, or you're still going? Okay, why don't I give Camila Lamia has been following Grace Poe, and how did she do?
Well, it's a surprise. Well, it's a surprise that Grace Poe is now answering questions directly, because when you're following her on the campaign trail, it's usually full of generic statements, motherhood statements. But now, it's a pleasant surprise for me because as a reporter following her, it's the first time that we actually see this kind of Grace Poe. But we know for a fact that she's a feisty person like that. But it's the first time that she actually did it in public. I think nothing about the issues. I'm not quite sure if she answered the Coco Levy issue because I reread the transcript and it said there that what will you do to the remaining questionable assets not yet under the government custody. So
Right.
but her answer was about the 70 billion that's already with the government. So people are still wondering what her take is on the issue because what she said there, she already said in previous interviews and in sorties and campaigns. So that's
During the back and forth with the candidates with Mar Rojas, our adjudicators actually pointed out she had a very, very sharp and pointed question that assumed Mar Rojas was incompetent, that the president didn't trust him. How did you react to that? Is that Grace?
I was a bit shocked because there were no hints in the past that Grace Poe had that inkling about Mar Rojas. And for me, it was quite weird to ask the question that since President Aquino went to Zamboanga, it's a sign that that he didn't trust Mar Rojas and the other people there, the other leaders on the ground. So it was a surprise that she really asked that question because we never hinted that there's something about her or she didn't we found it weird, not weird, surprising that she had that question about the relationship between Mar Rojas and President Aquino.
Earlier you mentioned that after the Supreme Court case was decided and it gave it to her, there was a renewed, they were invigorated by this. Is this part of the new Grace as we move forward to the last stretch of campaign?
You know, we reporters noticed that after the Supreme Court ruling, she became more upbeat. And we asked her, is this a sign that we will be watching out for a feistier Grace Poe? And of course, she downplayed it and said that, no, it's just all right to answer questions directly, blah, 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 like that. So we asked her directly about it and she said, no, but us reporters, we think this will be the new trend.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Camille. And watch out for her stories coming up. Now we're moving up, and I know she looks like she's still working on a story. I'm going to give the mic to Bea Cupin, who's Mar Rojas's and the Liberal Party who under her beat. Go. How did Mar do?
No, like I mentioned earlier, I think what you would notice, more than talking about expounding on his plans, you find Mar defending the Aquino administration, the mistakes of the Aquino, or the perceived mistakes of the Aquino administration. Like, for example, actually, it was Grace, I think, was most aggressive in hitting Mar and hitting the Aquino administration and directly Mar for their perceived mistakes. So, for example, you have Grace bringing up the whole BUB about it not being inclusive, about the whole issue about the menu. Anyway, we won't go into detail about that.
Yeah.
But then, like what Camille mentioned earlier, I was kind of surprised also, like how Grace framed the Mama Sapano
It
question.
was straight, right? I mean, and
Yeah. But if you recall the Senate hearings before, he was kind of sympathetic for Secretary Rojas then.
Right.
You know, about how he wasn't informed, how he wasn't looped in. It wasn't really during the Senate hearings a year ago, that angle of the president not trusting Rojas then wasn't really, it didn't pop out. You know, it was more the opposition senators. Of course, Grace was at that time was still sort of allied with the Liberal Party. So that was just interesting. But again, and I think what they didn't mention earlier about crime, and I'm kind of surprised that Mar wasn't able to bring it up. The crime problem, but no one mentioned the fact that the PNP has a high quota. Like, they have slots for people. They just don't recruit enough policemen. So I think that's one of the issues that the PNP has long tried to address. It's a really big problem in the PNP, like filling qualified people into those slots. So.
Can I ask you, Grace Poe's question in the last part of it to Mar Rojas, how would you gauge the way Mar responded?
Again, you see him, you know, I don't want to say, was he trapped into a court? Was he trapped? Because he was kind of trapped into having to defend President Aquino again, you know. If you recall, when the probe was reopened earlier this year, Senator Enrile the goal, more or less the
Yes.
goal of the reopening was to hit President Aquino for
Correct.
the mistakes perceived or real leading up to the operation, which is of course was involving Alan Purisima, who was eventually dismissed, who was suspended at that time. The lapses, so it was kind of, it's always been his problem, and we always ask that sa coalition kay Mar, parang paano yun, parang how do you balance, you have this promise of continuity, supposedly it's proof that this brand of administration or this brand of governance is effective, but at the same time kargado nila lahat ng baggage of the administration. So again, you see him having to defend over and over again perceived or real lapses of the Aquino administration.
Wonderful. And not just the Aquino administration, but as well
His own,
his own, right?
But it's
In
easier
the-
to defend your lapses as opposed to defending an administration's mistakes. So that's tricky.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, Bea. I know you're filing stories. Now we come to our debate adjudicators, our master debaters, and I'm going to hand you over to Patricia Evangelista, who herself is a debater.
Also a master.
Also, they say a master debater. She debates us all the time. No.
I suspect he's being sarcastic.
I'm going to I will say goodbye. You've got to stay tuned to the stories and the rest of the things that will be coming out from Rappler. I'll turn it to Patricia.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, so I think what everyone wants to know before we go into the issues, who's your best speaker for the whole debate?
Who's first?
We won't call it a winner, but
Best
by the
speaker.
standards of what you guys usually do as adjudicators, who did best on the standards of matter, manner, and method? Glenn.
Okay. I called all rounds for Grace. I think based on what we were talking about earlier, manner, matter, method, I had her on top for all segments of that debate. Why? Matter-wise, she had the statistics down pat. We were talking about how she seemed to have memorized everything. She came prepared. The manner came across as surprising, to say the least.
What was
that
surprising?
She was more pointed in this debate than the first debate. I was talking about how I was pleasantly surprised about the sneaky trap question that she raised against Secretary Rojas in round 2, although I understand that Nix here didn't appreciate that much. Method-wise, I think she split her strategy well. Round 1, she was showing what she knew. Round 2, she was showing the weakness of the other candidates or what she wanted to know. And in the closing, she said something about what she can deliver for Cebu and for Iloilo and the rest of Visayas. So I think she played a good strategy throughout the debate. So I had her taking best speaker.
Was it a close decision? Was there anyone who could possibly have beaten her?
No, but in the different segments, I had other candidates as placing second.
Alright.
Like in the first round, earlier rounds, I had VP Binay placing second. I had Secretary Rojas placing second in the Q&A because of the quality of questions that you were talking about as well. And at the times where Mayor Duterte was inserting himself, he was effective. So it was really a toss-up on the other rounds.
Okay. Joanne?
Okay, so I gave all 2 rounds to Grace Poe as well. I don't know if the Supreme Court decision allowing her to run and declaring her eligible to run gave her a confidence boost. Because the Grace Poe that I saw today was confident and acted like a front runner. So the way she answered the questions, before maybe she had a Damocles sword hanging over her head because she didn't know if she would be allowed to run. But now, that's gone. And so the way she came out, she was aggressive. She was on point with her facts and figures. I noticed this with the first debate. She was also like that in the second debate.
But this time more on point.
More on point and more aggressive.
Okay.
We pointed out earlier the sneaky question that she posed to Mar Rojas that assumed that Mar Rojas was both incompetent and part of the Tuwid na Daan myth. And so that's why he wasn't part of Mama Sapano. So I thought she was very, very sneaky but effective, to me at least. The FOI, I thought she also inserted there that this was not a real priority of the administration, saying that the administration was engaged in doublespeak. That is aggressive behavior on the part of Grace Poe. So I thought that on manner, matter, and method, she won. And you know, earlier, Patricia, I asked for an articulation of the policies of the candidates, and barring some snide remarks and tangential points, I thought that they delivered in this debate. So I was pretty happy.
The argument often against Grace Poe is inexperience. If you look at this debate in a vacuum, could you say that person was an inexperienced possible presidential candidate comparatively?
Well, there was that one answer that I was not satisfied with, and that was with regard to Spratlys. When I think that was the point of Digong, of Duterte, when Duterte asked the question, what are you going to do if China comes and, you know, you're the president? She said she's going to wake up and, you know, face the day. So I thought that that kind of exposed a little bit, you know, that, you know, what I think Duterte was trying to show is that she's not ready to be president. But other than that, I didn't see much of the incompetence or the relative
is the argument,
inexperience.
yes.
Relative inexperience.
So Glenn gives it to Grace, Joanne gives it to Grace. Nicole?
Yes, it's a consensus. I'm also giving it to Grace Poe. I mean, just to add to what they said, I mean, ultimately, what is this debate for, right? This is a litmus test to how our commander-in-chief looks like. This is a litmus test to how our next president will deliver the State of the Nation address, right? We have to think big. And Grace Poe's performance, I think, convinced us that she can be a commander-in-chief. She can be equally assertive. She has a multilateralist view to the world, although Joanne said she was very unsatisfied with her Spratlys response. Yeah, she can be aggressive, but also very data-driven. So in terms of matter, manner, and method, I think this is the kind of public speaker that we can see in the national context for the next 6 years, as far as this debate is concerned. Of course, there are some low points. So we already talked about the Coco Levy issue. We talked about her, well, I personally didn't like the sneaky question to Mar Rojas. But also it's a big disappointment on how, for divorce, for example, it's a woman's issue. I was expecting, if she was ready to say yes to death penalty as long as it's about heinous crimes or drug-related crimes, then why can't you put your hand up to divorce as long as, you know, with reservations?
Yes.
So that was kind of a disappointment, not because she is a woman, but just because she has been talking about her narrative being a mother, being a woman who can carry these issues to the presidency. So there were some low points. Although, yes, in the greater scheme of things, compared to the other candidates, I think it's not a surprise that from a debater's perspective, Grace Poe took this debate.
Let's go back to that, a debater's perspective. What does that mean? Because the online community may or may not agree with you. For them, Duterte took this debate, at least from what we were seeing earlier. What is a debater's perspective versus the perspective of your average, reasonable person who is not a debater, which is the only difference?
Well, I don't want to generalize basically between a debater and an average reasonable person, but I think we can look at it as having different standards by which we judge a debate. So obviously we were looking at what we said, the 3 M's, manner, matter, method. But there are certain candidates, like what you said, Mayor Duterte, Pat. He's basically unrankable or unjudgeable in a debate. And I say this in a positive notion, if you think about if you think about it in another manner. Because, for instance, he says, I'm not here to debate about policy. If the other candidates have a good policy, I can adopt it. I'll just make sure I implement it better. And that's not going to work in a regular debate. You can't start conceding everything and say, I'm just going to do it better.
Or choosing not to ask questions
That's
or not
really his
answer
selling
them.
point. That's his selling point. His selling point is, I have the political will, I have the support, I can get things done in 3 to 6 months, and if you give me the keys to this country, then I'm going to pull it off. That's basically unjudgeable in terms of a normal oratorical contest like what we're getting from the comments. So that's one. And number two, we see that even some of the candidates, or most of the candidates, don't want to cross him. They don't want to ask questions to Mayor Duterte. They know that he has that charisma and that support that it might not be strategic to go against him. So yes, that's a good thing that you asked that question, Pat, because we are judging this from a debater's perspective. But in the greater scheme of things, maybe everyone else will act from a different perspective.
Which the next question follows from. Is it, you said earlier, Grace Poe is the most presidential, the best public speaker, at least for the purposes of this debate, will be good for this country. is it reasonable to say that the winner or best speaker of a debate should be the next president? Is this a good standard for deciding on who your chief executive should be?
Not necessarily, although it is a good indicator, for example, of how a presidential candidate reasons, the logic, the thought process, how someone responds under pressure. So these are important considerations. But I think just to go back again to the Mayor Duterte example, right? Part of the Duterte mystique is that he doesn't talk much. He will just make these promises in 3 to 6 months. When you start unpacking that, when you start explaining that, it reduces the mystique because he is about action, he's not about talk. So if that's the kind of politics you're after, if you're after the politics of the I will, don't ask questions, I will not explain this to you, I will just do it, then maybe looking at the debate is not the best way for you to judge a candidate if you are partial to that kind of leadership. So I guess in a sense, personally, my choice is to take debate seriously because it is precisely with what they said in the debates that we can hold them accountable later on when they're in office.
Or perhaps what they choose not to say. Earlier, all of you were talking about expectations when it comes to this debate, with several snide and not so snide remarks about the previous debate. Nicole called the last debate speed dating. You guys were worried about a lack of clash, lack of ideology, policy, that sort of thing. John, were you happy about this debate? Was it an improvement? Was it good? What do you
Apart
think?
from the long wait, well, yes, I was happy. And the major reason why I was happy was that the questions, for the most part, from the panel were well thought of. I liked, in particular, the question about the FOI bill. I liked the question about Coco Levy. I thought the questions were timely and the issues that were raised were very, very important, at least to me. And so, when you have good questions, and I think that was our premise earlier, you allow candidates to shine or not shine, or like be dead in the water. But if you have a good question, you are promised at least a decent debate. And that's why I thought that, I know at times it became rowdy, but I liked it. I liked the chaos because you know what? I think reasonable people can filter out the noise. And at the end of the day, I was able to get the substance of the candidates' views.
All right. We'll bring it back to our editors. Glenda Gloria will be declaring the winner, at least on the side of the editors.
So, if the adjudicators gave it to Grace Poe, to whom does the editorial board give it to?
Yes, we also give it to Grace Poe for the one-on-one. The basis of our judgment this time is how the candidate responded to the question, okay? Not how the candidate asked the question. In terms of Grace, she's very consistent in asking ASEAN for help in our maritime dispute with China. She's consistent. Even in her 20-point agenda, she already said that she will push for increased budget for Coast Guard and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And yeah, of course, on the other hand, Duterte asked for very 3 specific steps, right? And she evaded that for a while, but she brought the big picture, which of course is important. A bit of a surprise there was her mention of the Visiting Forces Agreement. She's been very consistent before this about not relying on the U.S. for help vis-a-vis our maritime dispute with China. So that's a surprise, and she did not quite elaborate on that. So, but overall, we gave it to Grace Poe. Also, in relation to the questions she asked of Mar. As far as the other candidates are concerned, in the case of Duterte, he lost the chance, right? Because Binay did not ask him any question. And in the case of Rojas, Poe asked him to explain about the worst crisis that have hit this administration. Yolanda, Zamboanga, Mama Sapano. How can you explain that in any form or in any manner? That's a tough one. And that's the catch-22 situation for an administration candidate like him.
Was there a difference in how she carried herself with this debate? Was she, some of the adjudicators were talking about how she was more aggressive, more confident. Is there a difference, or is it?
Yes, there is clearly a difference.
What was that
Well, more confidence. You know, the last debate, there was that Supreme Court decision hanging, right? Now, she's declared a qualified candidate. And you could see it in her body language, in the way she projects herself, in her tone. And, you know, she was attacking and very aggressive.
Was it an easy decision for the editors, or was it a close fight with someone else?
No, it was an easy decision.
Thank you. That was Glenda Gloria from the Rappler editorial board.
Who won
We'd
there?
like to say thank you to everyone who's been with us during our coverage of the Pilipinas Presidential Debates 2016. My name is Patricia Evangelista. Thank you very much.